Good morning, everyone. It is 10 o'clock on March 17th. I'm going to call to order the Government Oversight Committee of the 17th and immediately go into recess, and we will recess till 11 a.m. And thank you so much.
thank you. I'll be in touch. Okay? All right, thanks. Bye.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. I am going to reconvene the March 17th meeting of the Government Oversight Committee. Today is our JF meeting, and hopefully we can take care of all of our business today. With that, I'm going to ask if the chairs, my good co-chair, would like to say anything today.
Thank you, Representative Dathan. No, just looking, and thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking forward to being as efficient and effective as we can today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Senator Sampson, would you like to have any remarks today? No, thank you. Thank you. Representative Carney, any
All right.
remarks?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry I could not be there in person. Unfortunately, or fortunately, unfortunately, we are a part-time legislature, and I have another job where I had to be in the office today. But thankfully, there is Zoom, and I'm able to participate.
We're glad you're on Zoom. And just to echo what the good representative said, is there are a lot of meetings happening in the building right now. So if you don't happen to see all the members, they're kind of bouncing between different things. So with that, we are going to kick off on bills for final action, number 3 on our agenda. The first bill, Senate Bill 247, an act implementing the recommendations of auditors of public accounts. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Gucker. Second by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much for the recognition. This bill, I understand, comes to us from the auditors of public accounts, and it has 8 sections that I think are all an improvement to our current process and will ultimately result in, I think, getting more comprehensive reporting from the auditors and also allow us to do a better job as a committee and a legislature. I don't believe anyone on our side has any objections to this bill. And I think that we are willing to start a consent calendar if the chairs desire it. Although I do want to just briefly state, this agenda has 25 items on it. I think it's extremely aggressive, frankly, for any committee to have 25 items on an agenda when we are likely to only move a few of these at most at the end of the session. And I would prefer to see this committee doing fewer bills and doing them better than a circumstance like we've had over the last 24 hours where we've got the majority of these items having substitute language coming to us late at night, and basically making it very difficult to make sure that we have the language correct on each one of them. I want to support a lot of these in concept, but I think as I read through the bills, I keep finding things in the language that concern me. But this is not one of them. So I just wanted to make a brief comment about that, but I would offer this first item, which I think is one of the better items on our agenda, and thankfully it's first, for consent if the chairs desire.
I'm open to that. There is a motion to start a consent calendar and add SB 247. Do I have a second for that? Second, Representative Vale. Any discussion on opening a consent calendar? Seeing none. Second item on our agenda, SB 248, an act concerning a study of reestablishing the duties, responsibilities, and staffing of the Legislative Program Review and Investigations Committee. Is there a motion to JF this to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox, second by Representative Gucker. Any discussion? Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. This is, in my opinion, a great bill. This is something that I've been putting in every year since I've had the privilege of serving the 34th District. It was kind of, how do I say, dismantled well before I got here, but I heard stories of how successful it was in weeding out waste. And I understand that there may be some cost associated with putting together the body, the people that are going to investigate and continue to follow up. But I think it's a really good investment. I think we've had some members that are here now that were elected that actually worked for program review and investigation prior to them being an elected official, and they talked about the amount of money that was saved. I think it's so important that we have that accountability, and we have that accountability in a bipartisan way. Equal group of Republicans, equal group of Democrats, and we're getting to the root of the problem when it comes to waste and fraud and abuse. So I think that this is a great piece of legislation, and I hope that we get it out of committee here today, but also really get it across the finish line. I think this is something that has support on both sides of the aisle, and I think that our general public would like to see this in place and us working together to solve those problems. So I'm hoping that we get it out today, but also pass it through both chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments? Seeing none, may I ask the ranking if you'd like to add this to the consent calendar?
Through you, Madam Chairman, without objection, we would offer this for the consent calendar.
Great. We will add SB 248 to consent calendar 1. Number 3 on our agenda, SB 423, an act concerning oversight over higher education. Is there a motion to JF this to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox, second by Representative Gucker. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This bill, it's pretty straightforward in that I think the title tells us what we're after, which is trying to get some more oversight over the changes ongoing, as a matter of fact, for the Board of Regents of Higher Education. And much of the bill has to do with data reporting and learning about whether or not some of the consolidation efforts have been beneficial. My only concern about this, and I don't think it's a bad idea, is I'm not really certain what the committee hopes to gain by doing this. I don't know that there's going to be a change in direction. I don't know that suddenly people are going to be like, oh, we better stop in our tracks and go back. But I don't object to collecting this information as long as it's not a significant impact on the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut. I imagine this will have some sort of fiscal note, and we'll find out what that is at some point. And that will probably be a defining factor in whether I support it going forward. But for today, I would support the concept, and I would also offer this item for the consent calendar if you are so willing.
I am very willing. Any Senator Gadkar-Wilcox.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want to speak a little to the rationale for this bill. It is really to do more of an assessment, as a point made by Senator Sampson, because we did have a consolidation process, and I think it's important to understand whether or not in the initial instance, before taking any action, whether that was effective. We have two very different types of institutions coming together with two different missions. So community college is a very different mission than a four-year university. What does that look like programmatically? What were the impacts on students? We hear a little bit sometimes in appropriations meetings. Were the financial savings what were represented when the consolidation happened? I think it's extremely important that we take this first step, in fact, to try to understand what the financial implications are. Are we, for example, spending more money in administrative oversight now by consolidating than we were with the decentralized process? And if so, then we get to the next question of, well, how do we proceed? But given that there were a number of issues raised since the consolidation, I think the first step is to make sure, in order to have proper oversight on that we do have some analysis of not only the fiscal implications and sort of financial oversight, but programmatically two different types of institutions serving our students and serving students who will later go on to serve our state. Some of the most important institutions of higher education that we have, community colleges and our state universities, we need to do what's best for our students. Was this best for our students, and where do we go from there? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and appreciate those comments. It is important. I know we have every legislator probably has somebody in their district that either teaches at one of these institutions or is a student. And so we hear about the impacts of the consolidation, and it's really just a check-in. And there have been a few different things that have been looked at within the appropriations view in terms of higher education and oversight regarding this. But this is specific sort of in relation to administrative things. So with that, I think the good ranking member offered to put this on the consent. Was that a motion, Senator Sampson?
Through you, Madam Chairman, I don't know if I'd classify it as a motion, but I have no objection if you'd like to put it on the consent calendar.
Okay. Motion by Senator
Yep,
Gadkar
I will move it.
Wilcox.
I will make a motion to put it on the consent calendar.
Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Second by Representative Gucker. Great. Moving to item number 4, an act concerning oversight of plans pursuant to Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and special education needs in the state. We'd like to JF this to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative
Second.
Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This bill is on the complex side of things, and it has 8 sections. And I think this is the one I probably spent the most time reviewing prior to this meeting, because I think it's an important issue. Certainly, special education is something that impacts every one of our districts, the taxpayers in particular in those districts, and obviously the students and families that are impacted by how they manage the needs of their children that are students. It's something we struggle with, and frankly, we need solutions. So I'm delighted that we're taking a look at it. However, I think the desire to address this issue and do some investigation should not outshine the details of the legislation that is before us. I have a number of questions, and I think maybe the best thing to do is just do it section by section. The first section appears to me to simply create a large mandate for data collection. And as far as I can tell, this is going to affect every school district in the state. And this reporting system is going to be ongoing. Has there been any thought given to the impact on these local school districts, the cost to each of these towns, both in dollars and administrative time and energy, with regard to this first section of the bill? Through you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you so much, Senator. And just to kind of make sure that folks know about what's going on here, we're talking about 504 plans, which is a section of our educational code. And currently, there is no sort of statewide oversight on these sort of 504 plans. With IEPs, there is. And so this first section is to ensure that we collect the data regarding the number of 504 plans and the students who are receiving services or accommodations under 504. Oh, Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to add, and thank you for clarifying that. So we haven't had proper oversight over 504 plans, and separate from, sort of individualized education plans that are coming out of special education. And we addressed a number of issues around data collection and engaging with data for special education. And as part of our special education legislation last year, But what was not part of that, because it's not part of the IDA, is oversight over 504 plans, which are part of the Rehabilitation Act. And so some of that data, however, is already collected by the schools, but it's really the coordination and oversight of that data that we're looking for now, so that there can be more of a comprehensive review and understanding of, where there are gaps in those 504 plans in a way that we already have with like our other IEPs. Or we've created last year. And also with sort of the restrictions now for the Federal Office of Civil Rights, the OCR, some of the issues, particularly claims of discrimination under that would pertain to 504 plans, don't have the kind of oversight that they would have had that office not been restricted and continue to sort of be more robust. And so in that way, we're looking to create a state remedy in the interim to make sure that those families and those issues don't fall through the cracks. And there was supporting testimony from the CHRO as well, because currently those issues would go to the CHRO, but we're looking to create more, maybe a sort of centralized oversight mechanism there, which is why also we already established another part of the bill, which we may soon discuss, is the educational ombudsman. That's not a new position that's being created. That has already been created from the special education legislation. However, we're adding the parameters of that position by having oversight over the 504 plans as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much to both the chairmen for their comments. And I completely understand the perspective at which you're looking at this, but I would just offer a bit of an alternative perspective, which is that I think it's fine to collect this data. I think data is useful. I'm very worried that we have a tendency in the legislature to create mechanisms to collect data that is never used by anyone. I think that's a common complaint I hear from my local boards of education, for example, that the school districts are required to produce a lot of documents that no one ever looks at. And it seems counterproductive to do that. I'm hoping we're not doing that. But my concern in Section 2 of the bill is a little bit different, which is I'm almost a little scared that we are going to do something with the data. Because what's happening is in Section 2 of the bill, you're creating a working group. But I believe that this membership of this working group is extremely stacked towards people that are going to be inclined to create more government and more mandates on those same exact school districts. I mean, you've got representatives from the teachers' unions, CEA is in here, AFT is in here, the Connecticut School Counselor Association, CABE, CAPS, the Association of School Workers, and the school psychologists. I mean, these are groups of people that are going to be very pro-union, pro-government, pro-expansion, pro-mandate, pro-adding more expense. And I'm a little concerned about that. I mean, it's almost like a closed loop of let's make more government and more policy. So I would just keep an eye on that if this bill proceeds from today, to maybe revisit the makeup of this task force and the data that's collected so that it's a little more streamlined and focused on what we want, instead of creating what I would consider to be like almost an echo chamber of people that are going to see ways to make more government as part of it. And again, I mean, the chairs and I might agree on a lot of things, and we're all here for the common purpose of government oversight and accountability. In my view, I would lean towards that government oversight and accountability being from the public, in a sense, providing more transparency and accountability mechanisms for the people on the street to actually know what's happening here. And where we differ, I think, is that in some of the policy that comes out of this committee, it's more about creating more government to do more oversight and data collection and things like that. So I'm going to continue trying to get the chairs to see things more my way as we go forward. But I understand their hearts are in the right place and that the goals here are the same, which is to make these systems work where they can. So moving on to Section 3, which is what was just referenced by our Senate chairman, which is the expansion of the power of the ombudsman. I have some concerns here too, because this is a pretty expansive change. The ombudsman will now have the power to, and correct me if I'm wrong in any of this, I took some notes last night when I was looking at this. They're going to have the ability to hire legal staff. They will now have subpoena power. They're going to be able to compel testimony under oath. They can force people to produce documents. They can issue interrogatories. This really transforms that office of that ombudsman to almost like a quasi law enforcement or investigative agency. And this is somebody who is not elected. This is somebody who's not accountable to voters. I have a big problem with, and maybe the reason why I'm a conservative Republican more than anything else is that I do not like empowering the bureaucracy. I want to see us make things more streamlined and accountable back to the people that elect and install our government, as I just mentioned a moment ago. And the concern I have with the bureaucracy is that sometimes as we create regulations and we create new bureaucracies and bureaucratic entities and individuals like an ombudsman in this case, what we're doing is we're empowering them effectively to be judge and jury. They're going to be able to treat people as if they're guilty until they prove their innocence. I don't like a lot of state agencies, the way they operate as a result of that. And, so many of our laws are problematic because they require anyone to go through an administrative appeals process before they can ever even get to a courtroom and have their day in court. And these are people that are, in my view, supposed to be treated as if they're innocent until proven guilty. So my concern with this expansion of the ombudsman's power is not that what we're trying to do is have someone in charge of this, really, I get that, but we're granting that person an extraordinary amount of authority over individuals who I believe have more rights and due process than is guaranteed in the bill. The questions I would ask, and I don't want to put the chairs on the spot, but I would ask, why are we going to provide subpoena power to an unelected bureaucratic education office? And what due process actually exists for schools and staff that are under investigation? I mean, those are important questions that I think should be asked. If the chairs want to address them, they certainly can. I didn't want to put anybody on the spot today. I'm moving on to sections 4 and 5. You want me to answer? If you'd like to.
Senator Carwell-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to thank you to our good ranking member for some of those questions. One, we're still working on the parameters of the educational ombudsman, so definitely this is still a work in progress and an ongoing conversation. So I just want that to be clear, and certainly agree that we don't want to sort of increase bureaucracy and make things more difficult for families. In fact, the reason that we created the educational ombudsman role to begin with, and this is related to special education, and I'm saying this as chair of that select committee from last year, is really an equity issue for families that don't understand the system. It's very, very confusing, and they don't have somebody that they feel is sort of a neutral person that they can go to understand the process. And so that really was the role kind of established of an ombudsman. And we still have to define the parameters of that role. I actually think it's very important to have that role, and we should invest more, because any disruption between the family and the school district, is a disruption in that relationship. And that's an ongoing, once that relationship is broken, it's very hard to correct unless we have, an ability to kind of intervene when there's a disruption in the process. And so that's as a matter of equity. And what this is doing, these parameters, are providing just enhanced investigative roles. And I think this comes in conjunction with the Office of Civil Rights not really being able to step in as much to be able to provide, especially for 504 plans, that there isn't a mechanism available. And so can we in the interim provide, or can we as a state provide a mechanism whereby families who feel like they don't really understand the system, they're not really getting the answers they want from the school district, that there is more of an investigative role here. And so again, those parameters are still to be discussed, and how much we invest is also going to be a number, and there will be a fiscal implication as well. I think it's particularly important because I think that relationship between the families and the school is so critical, and particularly if there are claims of discrimination or wrongful conduct, that somebody has to have more of an investigative role that actually enables them to look into those complaints. And it shouldn't only be available for families who can afford very expensive attorneys, but it should be available for families who feel that they're not really able to understand or access the process. And so to what extent can that be possible with the ombudsman role is something we'll continue to talk about. But that's why the parameters we're kind of carving out are increasing that investigatory function. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much to both my chairs. I really do appreciate the insight into how you're perceiving this, and I'm sympathetic to those desires and concerns, and I'm not positive this is the best mechanism to achieve the goal. And that stated, I do think that if we are going to go forward with the ombudsman office expansion, I do think that the things I mentioned are some things to keep in mind at the very least. I don't have a better solution, frankly. So I don't want to poke too many holes in the idea of expanding the power of the ombudsman. I think we have to be wary that it's done fairly and does not create a mechanism where we're empowering a sole individual, an unelected person, to really affect and impact the lives of the people that are being investigated or are part of the inquiries. The next couple of sections have to do precisely with the whole shifting of the enforcement authority from CHRO to the ombudsman's office, which I guess is okay. Historically, I'm not a fan of CHRO. I prefer a court, to be the adjudicator of justice, not a state agency, and certainly not one that is storied in its desire to make political statements, I think. I don't know if that's less of an issue in the area of education, justice versus, out there in employer-employee, landlord-tenant relationships, where my experience with CHRO is not a positive. So I can't decide really whether this is beneficial or not. But I think it is worth noting that, that is a parallel enforcement structure. I don't know if we're entirely getting rid of it with this bill, or we're just creating a separate pathway for the same kind of thing. Moving on to the next couple of sections, there's a lot of more data tracking, reporting mandates, behavioral needs, social emotional data, case management, use of technology, tracking complaints. Again, this is more government growth. It's more collection of data, which I don't know that it goes anywhere. And that to me is the biggest concern there. We're collecting more and more sensitive data on children, but I don't know that we're increasing the transparency or going to be using that data in the most effective means. The next section, Section 9, this is a study to determine the ideal ratios of social workers and counselors. I think elsewhere in the bill, we're effectively empowering some of those same people to be doing the study. I almost think that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy what they're going to come up with for recommendations. The Section 11 Workforce Expansion Plan, again, these are plans to increase the number of social workers and counselors. When I went to high school, I think we had one guidance counselor for the whole building. I don't know how many are there now. I think things have changed dramatically. I don't know that the results that the average student is experiencing has improved dramatically simultaneously with the expansion of administrative staff and people being involved. And that's not a slight on any of those folks. I think that they all work very hard and have the best goals in mind. I just don't know if that's proven to be a solution. So, in my view, this bill is less about government transparency, and it's more about controlling data, empowering another state entity, limiting local control, and I don't think it really provides enough public insight into any of this decision-making, which to me would be the proper oversight of government coming from the people, as I said. I guess that's all I have. I'm going to be a no today. I'm not entirely against this concept. I just have a lot of problems the way it is done in this bill. And I hope that my comments today are something that the chairs consider if they move this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I actually wrote down your notes and appreciate your comments. I do want to say that the school counselors and the guidance staff at our schools are incredibly hardworking. They are helping our future generations be able to be successful, especially at a time when many of our young people are facing issues, facing concerns, whether they're financial concerns about going to college, whether it's safety concerns, whether it's bullying or other sort of issues that are happening. But when we're talking about students with 504s, we're talking about accommodations. So we're talking about the student that might be have epilepsy and that they need to ensure that they have certain types of lights so that they can be in an appropriate learning environment. And the school counselors are the facilitators for that. So I just wanted to say a big shout out to the school counselors, especially in my district. It's made a world of difference with my children. Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard previously that, is this a work in progress?
We're doing a JF today, but I'm going to ask the Senator Gatkar-Wilcox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the representative, in terms of the ombudsman role, yes, because we've already established the position. So in that sense, it's not a work in progress. But the parameters of the position, how much investment will be involved, and the sort of the fiscal note attached with that, and what we want that role to entail is an ongoing conversation. Yes.
All right, and I'm sure you're aware of the Commissioner of Education's written testimony in opposition to this bill and some of the concerns that she raised, and some, excuse me, and go ahead.
I was just going to say, yes, we did see that, and that's why these are ongoing conversations with the various stakeholders, and we're continuing to negotiate a final bill based on those concerns and how we'd like to move forward, and this will be finalized in a floor amendment.
And that's not, to me, how the process is supposed to work. We're supposed to finalize things in committee. This is where we bake the bread, and then we bring it out and share it with the whole General Assembly. So I certainly don't like that. And it seems as though with all the concerns that the Commissioner of Education has on here, when she testifies to section 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9, that maybe she or people from her department should have been part of this, the writing of this bill. And maybe some of those issues could have been addressed. And some of them overlap with the same concerns that Senator Sampson brought up. And again, if I can just read from that, it says, Section 3 raises serious concerns regarding data privacy, procedural fairness, and legal compliance under federal education law. The Office of Educational Ombudsman shall receive, review, and attempt to resolve any complaints from students and students' families. This broad definition could potentially lead to increased complaints, including but not limited to those that do not pertain to students who have disabilities. This would subvert school administrators and boards' legislated responsibilities under Section 10.157 and 10.220 of the general statutes to oversee their prospective school systems. And it would result in state intervention into student discipline, which would, under the law, be exclusively the responsibility of school districts. And I think that falls back on some of the things, the concerns that Senator Sampson brought up. You know, and it seems that Section 3 has the most concerns of this bill. Again, allowing an ombudsman to hold hearings, subpoena witnesses, and compel their attendance, administer oaths, take testimony of any other person under oath, and require that production for examination of any books, papers relating in any manner under the investigation or in question would be duplicative, as it allows for multiple due process hearings to take place regarding the exact same dispute. So those are pretty big concerns, and we should be passing stuff here that, like, we should have the answer to those instead of waiting till things come out on the House floor. So, and again, there's more, but I think those hit the big issues, and I would just ask if anyone ever approached the commissioner about these issues.
Senator Gatcard Wilcox.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Vale. Just to respond to, there are sometimes objections as the process is moving forward, but that doesn't mean we don't move forward with the process. That in particular, again, we're looking at the parameters. This is a position that's already been created. So the State Department did already have opportunity to testify about the educational ombudsman role when the special education bill came out, and we did have discussions about it. But importantly, what we're doing here, though, is creating, again, parameters around that role that in particular are able to supplement the kind of investigatory powers of for example, investigating discrimination claims, not disciplining students. That really was the job of the Office of Civil Rights and the CHRO, because 504s fell under their jurisdiction in terms of investigating those claims of discrimination under 504. And so the CHRO did provide supporting testimony, and it was their function that we're pulling over into the educational ombudsman piece, not to increase sort of disciplinary actions against students, but to have more of an investigatory role when that's not available anymore. And again, those parameters still need to be worked out, but that I think that's a really urgent need. And this has come to us from families and advocates who feel like they don't understand the system and they can't afford to do what other families can do, which is to hire private attorneys to do that. And so this is also a matter of equity. Through you, Madam Chair.
Representative Vale.
Yeah, I mean, there's just too many questions on here. I won't be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments? With that, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to ask the clerk to take a roll call vote for SB 424.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, SB 424. Senator Gatcard Wilcox.
Yes.
Representative Dathan.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Carney. Senator McCrory. Representative Gucker. Yes. Senator Ciccarella. Senator Lopes. Representative McGee. Representative Santos. Senator Slapp. Representative Vale.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will hold votes open, and I will announce the time that we'll be holding votes open towards the end of the meeting. With that, we're moving on to item number 5, House Bill 5039. This is the act concerning transparency and additional oversight of distribution of certain legislatively directed funds. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gatcard Wilcox. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson, Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add, this is a bill that comes to us from the governor's office, and there is language that we're continuing to work on, but we're going to JF this to the floor. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Sorry, I was preparing for items down the agenda. This is a good bill. The House and Senate Republicans have raised a lot of awareness about some of these exact issues, transparency, about legislatively directed funds, earmarks for lack of a better term. And we have also offered similar legislation. I think the governor's bill moves in the right direction. I don't think it goes nearly deep enough. I'm going to support it today, certainly, because I think it's better than nothing, for sure. And it's certainly an improvement on the current situation, although I would encourage the co-chairs to consider the House and Senate Republican recommendations as well. I think if this bill makes it to the floor, I think you're going to have a lot of universal support, but I do think we will still attempt to try and put even more improvements into the final language, and I hope that the majority is willing to accommodate us. But again, this is a good bill, and I would offer this item for the consent calendar as well.
Is there any objection to adding this to the consent calendar? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, if you can add House Bill 5039 to consent calendar 1. Number 6 on the agenda, House Bill 5250. This is an act implementing the recommendations of the Freedom of Information Commission for revisions to the Freedom of Information Act. We have JF this to the floor. Any motion to JF? Moved by Representative Gucker.
Second.
Second, Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And this is another, I think, very positive bill that implements the recommendations of the Freedom of Information Commission. I'm certainly supportive of any additional transparency, timeliness of reporting, et cetera, that might result, and I would offer this item for consent calendar as well.
Is there any objection to adding this to the consent calendar 1? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, if you can add House Bill 5250 to consent calendar 1. Next, moving to item 7 on the agenda, House Bill 5251, an act concerning reporting on implementation of certain consultant report recommendations. JF to the floor.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Just trying to refamiliarize myself with all of these bills as we go, since a lot of the titles are similar, and this is a lot to digest in a short period of time. But this is the bill that would require state agencies that contract with consulting firms in excess of $100,000. They would have to bring those back to the legislature for review, and I think that's a good place to start. I don't know if this is the final of this proposal, or that we need to potentially dig in a little bit more to improve upon it, but I think it's a very good start nonetheless, and we would offer this item for consent as well.
And just to clarify with what the senator said, it's a report based on legislatively directed studies. So it's not every single study that maybe an agency might do, but legislatively directed one. It's just a follow-up. Is there any objection to adding this to consent calendar 1? Great. Mr. Clerk, if you can add House Bill 5251 to consent calendar 1. Next, we have House Bill 5252, an act requiring the auditors of public accounts and offices of policy and management to review the cost of providing certain public and private services to individuals with intellectual disabilities. This is a straight JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to find my notes here. So this bill, I think, is a little on the problematic side. The testimony that we've received, both from the auditors and OPM, OPM explicitly said that they were against the bill in its current form. I don't know, I think the auditors were being a little more diplomatic, but I get the same sense from them that this partnership between the auditors and OPM is not necessarily a workable thing in this particular concept. And I'm not certain that the way, this is really a study bill more than anything else, but the problem with it is, for me, it's who's doing the study, what are they studying, how are we defining what they're studying, and what happens with the results at the end. And to me, it doesn't lead to more government transparency. I think what you're going to do is you're going to have a lack of objectivity right out of the gate. And for example, I don't believe that this comparison between items that we're determining the costs between whether or not things are government related or private sector related effectively. The problem I have is that I don't know that everything's being taken into consideration. The one thing that I thought of immediately looking at this is the question of long-term obligations, pensions, healthcare exposure, and so forth. I don't know that those are actually adequately being addressed in this study. The methodology of the study, I don't know that the bill language explains that or will make that available to the public so that they understand the methodology behind doing that. And so you have the same entities that are defining what the costs are, they're defining what the quality is, and then they're making recommendations. I just feel like this is a way that they can't help but have some sort of bias in how it turns out. And I also don't know that there's enough transparency. So through you, Madam Chairman, will all the data and the assumptions that are made in the study methodology, is any of that going to be made part of a published report at the end, or is that public? Through you.
Thank you, Senator. This is actually kind of to update a report that PRI did about 12 to 15 years ago, and it's very dated. There was an extensive amount of work that the PRI group did with a review of all of these costs, and did take into account things like you had mentioned, long-term obligations and other things in this assessment. And the objective behind this bill is to really update that assessment. I do know that within the Human Services Committee, there is a governor's bill that is looking at the nonprofits, and I see this as working in connection with that to support our nonprofits who do a lot of our state services for our safety net. Thank you, Senator. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm a stickler for the rule, sorry. So I appreciate that answer. And of course, obviously, much like the special ed bill earlier, this is an important topic. Obviously, you're talking about kids with intellectual disabilities and finding the best solution for how to treat those circumstances. And I don't, much like the other one, I don't have a better idea. So I don't want to be too critical. I just think when you put the same entities in charge of studying things that would also benefit from the creation of more government, you're going to get more government. You're not going to get a fair analysis of the basic underlying question of the study, which is what's the best outcome from an expense and results standpoint. So for those reasons, I'm going to oppose it today. I see this less as a study and basically the ability to create a foundation for future policy decisions based on the assumptions that are going to be created by the folks doing the study. And I think we can improve upon it dramatically. So consider my no vote today more of a flag than anything else, that I'm hoping we continue this conversation and we we can make this into a better bill. That's all I have today, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll on HB 5252?
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor, HB 5252. Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
Yes.
Representative Dathan.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Carney.
Carney votes no.
Senator McCrory. Representative Gucker. Yes. Senator Ciccarella. Senator Lopes. Representative McGee. Representative Santos. Senator Slapp. And Representative Vale.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Again, we will be holding the votes open, and I will announce at the end of the committee meeting how long we'll keep votes open for. Next, number 9 on our agenda, House Bill 5255, an act implementing the recommendations of the Auditors of Public Accounts concerning oversight of state agency grants. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Gucker,
Second.
second by Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is another proposed bill about earmarks and accountability, and I support this one wholeheartedly. I think it is definitely a good start. Will improve the process by which those earmarks are requested and provide some transparency and documentation. It's exactly what this committee should be doing. So this is one I wholeheartedly support and would offer it for consent.
Great. Any other discussion? Is there any objection to adding this to consent calendar 1? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, if you can add item 9, House Bill 5255 to consent calendar 1. Next, we're moving on to House Bill 5352, an act concerning the authority of the State Election Enforcement Commission. Is there a motion to JF to the floor?
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So this bill has 2 sections. I think the first section is excellent. The first section effectively would allow the State Elections Enforcement Commission to continue their work on certain complaints that would otherwise reach a deadline that would forbid them for continuing their investigation and work on them. So I think that's a strong positive. I don't want to hamstring the SEC in their ability to follow through on the more important cases that they get. However, Section 2 appears to me to be somewhat of a reversal of the bill that we passed last session. That is something that's very near and dear to me, which is the way in previous election cycles the SEC has been empowered to deny certain campaign contributions more or less out of hand. And as I mentioned earlier in our conversation today, I don't like empowering bureaucracies or bureaucrats to be able to have this guilty until proven innocent kind of view of things. And I've always said it's very simple. If there is an issue with a contribution made to a political campaign and there is some concern with it, it should be addressed directly. And if that concern rises to the level that the SEC should disallow that contribution for some criminal or fraudulent reason, then we've got to prosecute the people involved. I don't see this gray area where they could deny the applicability of such a contribution, but then also not prosecute or follow through with what happened. And at the end of the day, the contribution sticks with SEC. It just doesn't get counted towards the candidates' contributions. To me, that sounds like, not a perfect solution. So I don't think this is a full reversal of that, but I do think that what it does is it allows a little more leeway than I would like to see SEC have in determining what they can throw out. without, providing proof that there was some sort of wrongdoing. So I'm inclined to object to Section 2 of the bill. In fact, I would offer a verbal amendment at the moment. I move that we strike Section 2, Madam Chairman, and maybe you're amenable to that, maybe you're not, but we can find out. And I'd like a roll call vote.
Thank you, Senator. Can we stand at ease for a second? Thank you. So there has been a verbal amendment to strike Section 2 of House Bill 5352. And that we can do a voice vote. I consider this a, oh, you did? Oh, hold on. Senator Gatkar-Wilcox first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment on the amendment. I understand, and thank you to our good ranking member for raising the issues, particularly issues we tackled last session, and the intent was not to reverse those. But in the cases where the SEEC suspects that there is some last minute impropriety or or fraud in terms of contributions that are being pulled together to make sure that the minimum requirement is being met, but actually we're seeing contributions that aren't coming from those individuals, to at least increase the ability of the investigative power of the SEC is something that I would support, perhaps not all the way to disqualification without something more. But I just wanted to put that on the record, if there's a way going forward to at least give them investigatory power so that when they do suspect or see a number of red flags, there's at least some way to look into whether or not those were proper contributions. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to ask to stand at ease so I can confer with LCO what you said, if you can bear with us. So just wanted to clarify what the good senator said. Basically, in the bill that we passed last year in the Public Act, just wanted to clarify that for except as provided in subparagraph C of the subdivision for purposes of deeming a contribution a qualifying contribution, there shall be a presumption that information provided on a contribution certification form is true and correct, which presumption may only be rebutted by the proof to the contrary based on a prior investigative finding of the commission. So if there is a finding and if there is proof, then they would be able to investigate further. Is there any questions on that from our chair or good ranking member? Okay. With that, I consider this a friendly amendment. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I just want to say a couple of quick words. One is that I'm more than willing to work with the Senate co-chair if she feels that we still do need to expand the investigative authority of SEC in this regard. I do think that the statute that was passed last time actually does cover that pretty well, but I'm certainly open to the conversation. No one wants to see fraudulent contributions be accepted. I just would like to restore the notion of innocent until proven guilty back to this set of circumstances, which I think we did. We achieved that last year, and I feel that Section 2 of the proposed bill might go a little towards undermining that. So I appreciate that this is a friendly amendment, and as a result, I would rescind my request for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Senator. With that, we could do a voice vote. Mr. Clerk?
Voice vote for the amendment to Bill HB 5352.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. So we will have 5352 will be we need to amend the bill. It'll be it'll be amended bill 5352. So it'll be a JFS to the floor. Amended bill, okay. So it's an amended JF to the floor. I'll say that, okay. With that, is there any other discussion? Senator Sampson?
Without objection, Madam Chairman, I'd offer this item for the consent calendar.
Great. Thank you, Senator. Is there any objection to adding amended bill, House Bill 5352, to the consent calendar? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, add that item to consent calendar 1. Item number 11, House Bill 5353, an act an act requiring data transparency for self-directed home care programs. JF to the floor.
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chairman, I would offer this item for consent.
Thank you. Is there any objection to adding item number 5353 to the consent calendar? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please add 5353 to consent calendar number 1. Moving on to item number 12, House Bill 5477, an act concerning the well-being of employees of the Department of Correction and persons who are incarcerated in correctional institutions. The motion here is to JFS to the floor using LCO 3317. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. Is there any discussion? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pretty large bill, but I saw some testimony by AFSCME. I don't know if you had a chance to read the written testimony on that, and they represent the majority of the correctional staff that work in the facilities, and they had some concerns that I share myself. So on line 385, any employee who witnesses an incident described in subsection of this, as soon as possible, such incident should report such incident to the Department of Corrections. Any employee required to report such incident who fails may do so and be prosecuted and punished in accordance with provisions in sections 53A-165 and 53A-167, inclusive of the general statutes. Immediately upon receiving such report, the Commissioner of Correction shall report such incident to the nearest local law enforcement agency having jurisdiction over the incident. With that, so what would the charge be on? So if someone allegedly perceives something, what would that charge be to them?
Representative, could you repeat the line items that you're referring to?
If you look at, we start out on line 385. Any employee who witnesses an incident described in subsection B of this shall report as soon as possible such incident. And then it mentions the subsection or the statutes. But I wonder what, if they failure to do so, what is the charge? Are they going to be criminally charged? Is it a disciplinary thing within the department? Because it says they're going to shall report to the nearest law enforcement agency. And would that be a local law enforcement, or would be the state police troop closest to that facility?
This is 385. It shall report to local law enforcement agencies having jurisdiction over the incident. This is just a reporting mechanism. It does not contemplate having any charges filed.
But it says any employee required to report such an incident who fails to do so may be prosecuted and punished in accordance with the provisions of sections 53A-165 and 53A-167. So that prosecuted, and then they'll be reported to a local law enforcement agency. So I would assume that that local law enforcement agency would determine whether they're going to be prosecuted or not. But if there's not a lot of clarity in that paragraph, which gives me concern, and I believe it gives the union concern as well.
I mean, this is the regular process for this. A report is made, and the local law enforcement agency having jurisdiction over the incident would be able to prosecute and punish in accordance with the provisions of Section 53A-165 to 53A-167 of the general statutes. So it's a
What's
may-
the charge?
The charge is the failure to report. So it's saying here, any employee required to report who fails to do so in line 388.
I want to know what they're going to be charged with. Are they going to be charged with assault?
It's a reporting mechanism, and line 387 through 388. Any employee who is required to report such an incident who fails to do so may be prosecuted and punished in accordance with the provisions of the sections of the general statute.
Okay.
So if you look at the statutes, 53A-166, it defines hindering prosecution in the second degree as a Class C felony in the Connecticut statute.
That's the charge for the failure.
So that's the charge for the failure to report. That's
Okay.
existing law.
All right. And round line 40, I think it starts on 405, continues. Such record, well, I'll read the whole paragraph. Starting on 401, the Department of Corrections shall create and maintain a record detailing any incident reported pursuant to subsection of this section or otherwise made known to the department during which a department employee sexually abused, sexually assaulted, or had sexual contact with a person who is incarcerated or detained. Such record shall include, but not limited to, the name of the employee, the time and place of the incident, the description of what occurred during the incident, and to the extent known, the names of the victims and witnesses present at such an incident, the results of any investigation conducted, and any corrective action taken by the department. Would this be public knowledge if it was just an accusation?
This is not public knowledge. It's a records of the incidents by the Department of Correction.
Who has access to those records? Could the general public not have access to those records? Are they internal? And I'm sure they are FOI-able.
I need to check if incident reports are FOI-able under our statute, because that's, it would be considered an FOI report. We're verifying if it is FOI-able, but it is a disciplinary action, and it would be considered the same.
Well, if it were that, it would be a crime as well. And it has to have an investigation. I just am curious, just an accusation. Obviously, the accusations are serious, but also they can be made. So that type of stigma, being accused of something if you didn't do it, is something that can be carried with you for a long time. And want to make sure that someone gets due process and that they're not stigmatized by an accusation. But that being said, you know, I support going after everyone that there's evidence accused of. This is an issue. As you know, I used to work in corrections. So, but I just want to make sure we're doing it the right way and there aren't any unintended consequences with this. So and again, moving forward with my background, I'd be happy to participate in a lot of the things we have that come through corrections. Now in here, I have a wealth of knowledge, both from having done that and then understanding, having done this job now for some time, understanding that process. I think I might be a valuable asset in that regard moving forward. So if I'd be happy to help go through some of this and
Just to clarify, Representative, Department of Corrections investigation records are generally exempt from the Freedom of Information Act disclosure, particularly under exemptions protecting law enforcement records, personal privacy, and facility security. Records regarding ongoing investigations, confidential informants, witness statements, and security techniques are typically withheld to prevent interference with proceedings and protect safety. And I want to just say, you know, we are continuing to have discussions with the various stakeholders in this, and I welcome your involvement and your comments in regards to that.
I appreciate that. And I don't love using this term, but I'm going to vote no to flag this, which I can't say. I like to just vote on what's in front of me. But because I don't think I fully understand, like I really want a concrete answer to this, that I want to help. I just want to make sure we don't have any unintended consequences, and I would love to be part of that future discussion on this and any other bills concerning corrections. So I will vote no to flag it. I appreciate the intention of this, and it may be okay, but I'm not sure yet, and I don't want to make that commitment until I know that this is done properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and I do value your input on this bill and look forward to ongoing discussions to work through. Senator Gatkar-Wilcox.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to say thank you to my good colleague for referencing, of course, due process issues, which are incredibly important, and but also incredibly important to make sure we're maintaining records of, as you said, of any sexual assault, sexual abuse, or sexual contact, which is obviously extremely problematic and harmful. And those records, I imagine, would be subject to the same protections from disclosure as other disciplinary investigations because of those due process proceedings. But appreciate and understand your note and your comment, and just wanted to emphasize, though, the importance of making sure records of any incidents are also maintained for the purposes of those being harmed. Madam Chair.
And again, I don't want to.
Thank you.
Representative Vale. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure it was known that I do obviously support the intention of this, and I agree with everything you just said. I just want to make sure we do it 100% the right way. So thank you.
And you had some great questions at the public hearing on this, so thank you so much, Representative. With that, we're going to do a roll call vote on House Bill 5477. Mr. Clerk.
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS House Bill 5477 with LCO number 3317 to the floor. Senator Gatkar-Wilcox.
Yes.
Representative Dathan.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Carney.
Carney votes yes.
Senator McCrory. Representative Gucker. Yes. Senator Ciccarella. Senator Lopes. Representative McGee. Representative Santos. Senator Slapp. And Representative Vale.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, we are going to be holding votes open, and I will announce that time at the tail end of this meeting. Seeing that, going on to item number 13, House Bill 5476, an act concerning oversight of efforts to prevent human trafficking. The motion is to JFS to the floor with LCO 3367. Is there a motion to JFS?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox, second by Representative Gucker. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Madam Chairman, without objection, we would offer this for the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, Senator. The motion is to add House Bill number 5476, JFS to the floor with LCO 3367 to the consent calendar 1. Is there any objection? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please add to consent calendar. Oh. Senator Gadkar-Wilcox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I just wanted to make one comment to emphasize how important this bill is. I know it's a priority for both chairs in this committee, and particularly given the visibility of human trafficking. And I think there's national attention brought to it, particularly because of the Epstein files. But what those files should really tell you is that this is a problem that's happening not only in the highest administrative levels, but all the way on the ground. It's a problem that we probably see every day on buses and in hotel lobbies, and that as a state, we have a moral obligation to make sure we're protecting children in particular, but also individuals who are being trafficked, both labor trafficking, sex trafficking. It's exploitation. And there are 2 other bills that are coming out in other committees as well because of the significance of this. As a state, we have already done some work and taken some steps forward to require training. It's a matter of, doing more and putting more resources and investigating. I know we have advocates here that have been working on this for years, but I just wanted to underscore how important this is, and I'm glad that we can put this on consent because we have an obligation to do more. I mean, the fact that human trafficking is so pervasive in every state in this country and so visible a crime that we have not done more to prevent it, and it is something we can prevent by being more intentional, by putting more resources in, and by coordinating our efforts. So I hope we push this forward and we are able to do more to make sure that we are, providing the solutions that are absolutely necessary here. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and I echo your comments. With that, that's been moved to the consent. Next, House Bill 5475, an act concerning oversight in the permitting process of Department of Energy Environmental Protection. The agenda says we are going to JFS to the floor, but we are actually going to JFS to environment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox, second by Representative Gucker. Is there a discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Without objection, we would offer this item for the consent calendar.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Clerk, add House Bill 5475, JFS to the Environment Committee with LCO 3250 to consent calendar 1. Next, moving on to item number 15, House Bill 5474, an act concerning oversight of medical care for persons who are incarcerated at the Department of Corrections. This is a JFS to the floor, utilizing LCO number 3357. Is there a motion? So moved. Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. Any discussion, Senator Sampson?
Madam Chairman, without objection, we would offer this item for the consent calendar.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any objection to adding 5474 to the consent calendar? Seeing none. Item number 16, House Bill 5254, an act concerning the process and timetable for the review of existing regulations of Connecticut state agencies. The motion is to JFS to the floor, utilizing LCO 3309. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Is there a discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, without objection, we would recommend this item for the consent calendar.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Clerk, if you could add House Bill 5254, JFS to the floor, LCO 3309 to consent calendar 1. Item number 17, House Bill 5253, an act concerning voting procedures for state election and enforcement commission oversight of fire districts. The motion is to JFS to the floor, utilizing LCO 3275. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Is there a discussion? Seeing no discussion, we are going to do a roll call on this item. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll on HB 5253?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS HB 5253 with LCO number 3275 to the floor. Senator Gadkar Wilcox,
Yes.
Representative Dathan,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson's no.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes no.
Senator McCrory, Representative Gucker, Senator Ciccarella, Senator Lopes, Representative McGee, Representative Santos, Senator Slapp, Representative Vale.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, we're going to hold votes open, and I will announce at the close of the meeting when we will hold votes open until. Moving on to item number 18, Senate Bill 426, an act concerning government oversight of energy regulation in the state, with a JFS to the floor utilizing LCO 3256. Is there a motion? So moved. Moved by Representative Gucker. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Without objection, we would offer this item for the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, Senator. That's Senate Bill 426, JFS to the floor, LCO 3256 to consent calendar 1. Next, moving on to item number 19, Senate Bill 325, an act prohibiting the disclosure of the residential addresses of public school teachers under the Freedom of Information Act and establishing a task force concerning mass requests under the act. This is a JFS to the floor utilizing LCO 3272. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Is there discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This is a bill that we've seen similar variations of over the last, I guess, frankly, as long as I can remember, actually. This bill comes to GAE as well. And my issue has always been that there are a lot of good reasons to suggest that we should start protecting the addresses of various government employees. The problem is that it's almost like you open the floodgates. In fact, I noticed that the substitute language of this very bill expanded it to different groups of people too. And this is what I've always run into, which is like the moment you start to have this conversation, it's like, well, me too, how come I'm not on the list? I think we're in a good place on the addresses that we protect now. I'm not saying that that's 100% the case all the time, but I do believe that there is a delicate balance between making sure that the public has transparency over who is employed by the state. They're effectively working for the residents of the state. They are the employer. In my view, that entitles them to some level of knowledge and scrutiny over who the employees of the state are. And it's not that I have anything against public school teachers specifically, certainly since my fiance is one. We wouldn't want that to get out, right? So the fact is that, it's just a matter of I'm loath to start expanding this practice of prohibiting disclosure of residential addresses of government employees. So I will be a no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Carney. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to echo Senator Sampson's comments. I will be voting no today as well, just due to the addition, of continually adding folks to make them exempt from FOI, their addresses. So, it's really not because of the group that's asking for it. It's just really the policy, and the FOI Commission is also opposed. So for that reason today, I am going to be opposed to it. So thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Gatkar-Wilcox.
Thank you so much, and I do appreciate the comments from both good ranking members of the committee, and just want to underscore for me in particular why this is so important. And I certainly appreciate the concern of balancing the need to make sure information that should be disclosed to the public is disclosed, and certainly favor that in most cases. However, when it comes to certain information by category, we've protected other professions, and at a time when we see them perhaps having the most risk in having that disclosure being revealed, so addresses in particular. And I would say for schools, the testimony we've heard from teachers, and then the reason we included beyond that to school employees is we see that schools in particular, I think, are facing a challenge where you're seeing a lot of tension, and that a lot of that is coming from external sort of political tension that is then getting sort of translated into what happens in the classroom, what happens in the entire school building, and that's bringing a lot of anxiety and uncertainty, I think, to particularly anyone who's sort of student-facing in the schools. And so this gives an extra sort of layer of feeling like, well, I can say and do what I want in the classroom, which I hope teachers will be able to do going forward. I'm very concerned about chilling effects on speech for, in schools and higher education. And I would love to see more teachers at least feel comfortable to have more robust debates in the classroom. But, given that sort of anxiety and the uncertainty, anything that we can do, I think in this moment to say as a category, it's different for schools now, which I don't think I would have said 15 years ago. I don't know that you needed the disclosure, the exemption from disclosure 15 years ago. And so that's why it's still a fairly narrow exemption for school employees, only focusing on the disclosure exemption for residential addresses. Plus, I wanted to underscore the working group that's going to be added to look at the task force, that's going to be added to study the issue of individuals using artificial intelligence to actually develop mass requests for information under the Freedom of Information Act. What does that look like now in our age of technology and AI? So that's an important part of the bill as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll on SB 325?
A motion has been made and seconded to JFS SB 325 with LCO number 3272 to the floor. Senator Gatkar-Wilcox.
Yes.
Representative Dathan.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson's no.
Representative Carney.
Carney votes no.
Senator McCrory. Representative Gucker. Yes. Senator Ciccarella. Senator Lopes. Representative McGee. Representative Santos. Senator Slapp. And Representative Vale.
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Again, we're going to be holding the votes open. I will be announcing that at the close of finish of our agenda here. Next, moving on to number 20, SB 323, an act implementing the recommendations of the Office of State Ethics for revision to the state codes of ethics. The motion is to JFS to the floor utilizing LCO 2997. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. Any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Madam Chairman, without objection, we would offer this for the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, Senator. Mr. Clerk, if you could ask SB 323 JFS to the floor utilizing LCO 2997 to consent calendar 1. Next, moving on to item number 21, Senate Bill 251, raised bill and act increasing the authority of auditors of public accounts, JFS to the floor, using LCO 3398. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. Any discussion? Senator Sampson, any discussion?
Madam Chairman, without objection, we would offer this item for the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, Senator. We will add SB 251 JFS to the floor utilizing LCO 3398 to consent calendar 1. Next, moving on to item 22, House Bill 5256, an act concerning the process for initializing local legislation in the General Assembly. This is a straight JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. Any discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sampson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me, Madam Chairman. Without objection, we would offer this for consent as well.
Thank you very much, Senator. House Bill 5256, JF to the floor to consent calendar 1. Next item, SB 250, an act concerning a study of state agency response times to Freedom of Information Act requests. This is a straight JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Senator Sampson, second by
Representative
Representative Gucker.
Yeah, I don't want to go up there.
Senator Sampson, any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I think this is a great bill. Hopefully, we pass it into law, and I'd move it to the consent calendar without objection.
Thank you so much. I am too also looking forward to hearing the results of response time. You know, we all hear in our districts about FOIA requests due taking a long period of time, and I think this bill does a good job at looking at that issue. Next, moving on to Senate Bill 324, an act concerning government oversight over fraud, waste, and establishing the Office of Government Oversight and Efficiency, JFS to the floor, utilizing LCO 3329. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. Is there any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Madam Chairman, without objection, we would offer this for the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, please add Senate Bill 324 JFS to the floor utilizing LCO 3329 to consent calendar 1. Next, item number 25 on the agenda, Senate Bill 425, an act requiring annual state agency performance plans, JFS to the floor utilizing LCO 3373. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Gucker, second by Senator Gadkar-Wilcox. Any discussion? Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we add this to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. Is there any objection to adding this to the consent calendar? Seeing no objection, Mr. Clerk, if you can add SB 425, JFS to the floor, LCO 3373 to consent calendar 1. With that, Mr. Clerk, could you please take the roll on consent calendar 1 and make sure that you read the bills and the associated LCOs where appropriate?
Consent calendar 1 as follows. SB 247, SB 248, SB 423.
Mr. Clerk, if you could just say what the motion is, so with,
These are all, oh, yeah, I will. Yep.
247 is a JF to the floor.
247, JF to the floor. SB 248, JF to the floor. SB 423, JF to the floor. HB 5039, JF to the floor. HB 5250, JF to floor. HB 5251, JF to the floor. HB 5255, JF to the floor. HB 5352, JFS to the floor with an oral amendment A.
I think
HB
it's amended Bill 5352.
5352, I'm sorry. HB 5352, JFS to the floor with oral amendment A. HB 5353, JF to the floor. HB 5476 with LCO 3367. HB 5475 with the JFS to the Environment Committee with LCO 3250. HB 5474, JFS with LCO 3357. HB 5254, JFS with LCO 3309. SB 426 with JFS LCO 3256. SB 323, JFS LCO 2997. SB 251 with JFS 3398. HB 5256 is a straight JF to the floor. SB 250, JF to the floor. SB 324, JFS with LCO 3329. And the last is SB 425 with JFS 3373. And that's it.
Thank you. If you can please call the roll.
One moment. Senator Gadkar Wilcox,
Yes.
Representative Dathan,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Carney,
Yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Gucker, Senator Ciccarella, Senator Lopes, Representative McGee, Representative Santos, Senator Slapp, and Representative Vale.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. It is 10 to 1. I would suggest that we keep votes open till 3 o'clock. So votes will be held open to 3 p.m. On Zoom or 3100 directly with the clerk. Thank you very much. I'm going to recess the meeting. Is there any objection? Thank you very much. I just also wanted to say thank you to our staff, partisan and nonpartisan staff. It was really good to get through to this stage, but we are not done yet. On Thursday, we will be having another government oversight meeting to raise conveyance concepts. And that meeting will be at 10 a.m. In 2B and also on Zoom. Please note that all of the conveyance concepts are on the Government Oversight webpage, and we look forward to that discussion on Thursday. Have a good afternoon. Meeting is in recess.
Think I have to make a vote.
Hold on one moment, sir. Representative Carney, it's SB 424.
Sorry.
Do you want me to
Yes.
read it for you?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's the only one you're missing, but I'll check when I get up to my desk, okay?
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's not on the agenda though.
Hi, Representative, can you hear me?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
So, do you want me to read just the numbers or?
Yeah, can you read the bill too?
Sure. Okay, we'll start with the roll call votes, okay?
Mhm.
SB 424, Act concerning oversight of plans pursuant to Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and special education needs in the state.
Yes.
HB 5252, an act requiring the auditors of public accounts and Office of Policy and Management to review the costs of providing certain public and private services to individuals with intellectual disabilities.
Yes.
HB 5477 with LCO 3317, an act concerning the well-being of employees of the Department of Correction and persons who are incarcerated in correctional institutions.
Yes.
HB 5253 with LCO 3275, an act concerning voting procedures for and state elections enforcement commission oversight of fire districts.
Yes.
SB 325, that's a JFS with LCO 3272, an act prohibiting the disclosure of the residential address of public school teachers under the Freedom of Information Act and establishing a task force concerning mass requests under the act.
Yes.
And then the last is the consent calendar. Do you want me to read all the numbers?
Nope, yes.
Okay. And you are all set, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, Senator.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good.
Okay. Do you want me to read the bill title or just the number?
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yep, I got you.
Okay. Do you need me to read the bill title or just the number?
Just the number.
Okay. SB 424.
No,
HB 5252.
no,
HB 5477 with LCO 3317.
yes,
HB 5253 with LCO 3275.
no,
SB 325 with JFS LCO, I'm sorry, 3272.
I'm sorry, and we're on 325?
Yep. And the LCO is 3272.
3272. No.
Okay. And then the consent calendar. Do you need me to read the numbers?
Nope, I have them all right here, and it's a yes on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Senator. You're all set.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello?
Hi, Senator. I'll be with you in just a second. I'll be right in my office.
Oh, just come in the door and I can get my votes.
Okay, be right there.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Senator. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do you need me to read you the bill titles or just the number?
Number's fine.
Okay. First is SB 424.
Yes.
5252.
Yes.
5477. With
Yes.
LCO 3317, sorry.
Okay. Yep.
5253 with LCO 3275.
Yes.
SB 325 with LCO 3272.
Yes.
And then the rest is the consent calendar. Do you need me to read that or?
No, that's okay. Yes, on the consent calendar.
And that's it, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right.
Take
Have a
care.
good day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okie dokie. Thanks for the
Hi,
reminder.
Simon. You got it. All right, do you need me to read the bill title or just the numbers?
Just the titles, actually.
Just the titles?
Sure.
Okay. An act concerning oversight of plans pursuant to Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and special education needs in the state.
It's a long title.
It
Yes.
is. You asked for it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. An act requiring the auditors of public accounts and Office of Policy and Management to review the costs of providing certain public and private services to individuals with intellectual disabilities.
Yes.
An act concerning the well-being of employees of the Department of Correction and persons who are incarcerated in correctional institutions.
Yes.
An act concerning voting procedures an act concerning voting procedures for and state elections enforcement commission oversight of fire districts.
Yes. I don't remember that one.
An act prohibiting the disclosure of the residential address of public school teachers under the Freedom of Information Act and establishing a task force concerning mass requests under the act.
Ugh. Can I vote light green on this one?
I don't know if that's an option.
No. Yeah. I've argued for over years in chambers that we would get like, dark green, light red, dark red, but no, yeah.
Shades of support.
Shades of support. Yes. Grudgingly supportive.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then the rest is consent calendar. Do you need me to read it or?
The only one I care about is the one that was sent to Environment Committee.
Do you want me to give you that number?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't care. I don't remember what the number was. Just whatever the bill was that did permitting oversight for deep.
Yep.
Was it sent to committee, Environment Committee instead of the
Yes.
floor? All right, then I'm good on everything.
Do you want me to send you any information on that?
No, it's because it's coming to me anyway.
Okay.
So I'll see it soon enough.
Okay, sir. Have a good
All right,
day.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Greg.
Hi, Representative. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Do you need me to read you the bill title or just the number?
Just a number, you're good.
Okay. First one is 424.
We're good, yes.
Okay. 5252.
We're good as well, yes.
Okay. 5477.
Yes.
5253 with LCO 3275.
Yes.
And 325 with LCO 3272.
Yes.
And then the last is the consent calendar. Do you want me to read you the numbers or are you good with all of it?
I'm good with all of them. We're good. Yes, please.
That is it, sir.
Thank you. Have a good
All
rest
right,
of
have
your
a good day.
Thanks so much.
Bye.